Hey, what's up? Oh, dang. It's real dark in it. Oh, that's better. Hey, gang. Woo! Salt Thread is here. Enemy is here. Mr. Morse is here. Hey, thanks for the sub, man. You are a sweetheart. I'm not gonna write you a haiku right now, though, because my brain is fried. Terribly sorry, friend. Why do you look like you just woke up? Because I'm really tired. I am tired. No haiku necessary. Whoa, fuck's sake. Thanks for the Prime
Mr.
sub,
Morse
Mars.
underscore just subscribed with Prime. This is Bezos' cashback system.
Jesus. This is Bezos' cashback system.
Hype train started. Get hyped, whoop whoop.
Let's see, there's game capture. Let's see if this works. Yeah. This transition. There we go. And scores. Yo, yo, yo. What up, scores? Thanks for the sub.
Scores just subscribed.
I miss you.
You
too,
are seen and
sis.
appreciated.
Wait. We have music in the game as well. Can y'all hear the game? Yeah, you should be able to hear the game, and my voice should be slightly louder than the game itself. What up, scores? Hey, bestie. Bestie had her 34th birthday recently. She's super old now. I'm gonna play 6-7 kid horror. Alright. You do that. Hey, thanks for the resub, Panda. The game seems cool. I've had my eye on it for a while. Dude,
The little
same?
panda underscore
And
S
it's
just
on,
subscribed.
It was on sale.
You
at
are
least
seen and
last week.
appreciated.
I was like,
Huh.
I gotta have it. Not that old, promise. There's a multiplayer mode as well, but I am very much in the mood for single player stuff. How's everyone doing? What's happening? How you feeling? Panda is here. That is insane.
The
Positive
little panda
affirmation.
underscore S just redeemed positive affirmation. Be nice to yourself, you pretty boy.
Be nice to myself. I am an emotionally intelligent person. There you go. That's a positive affirmation. Craft any paint in the flower press, right? Yeah, I've been playing this game a little bit, not too much though. Yo.
Lylv underscore just cheered 20 bits.
Thanks,
You are a
bestie.
champ.
Chug it, chug it, chug. Thanks. You're such a sweetheart. Unfortunately, I can't stay long. Connor's life is kicking my ass right now. Got an exam and lab within the next few hours, and I'm losing it. Man, I understand fully. College life is a different level of ass fuckery, as they say. I think that's what the kids say, right? Let's see. Alright. We've got some seeds. Hey. Yo. Yo.
Scores just cheered
Thanks,
40 bits.
Scores.
You are a champ.
Thanks, Scores. Jesus fucking Christ. Enemy TTS. Oh, there we go.
Hello, Dr. Vam. I just wanted to say, hello. You have been keeping me in the basement some time. I'm happy you're streaming now, so that both Enemy and I can entertain you and the chat. Love you, man.
Oh my gosh. I haven't been keeping anyone in the basement. There is no basement.
Great job.
Yeah, I haven't been streaming for a while, so I'm just here, messing about. We'll see how long I stream for. The lab professor dropped T20 page pre-lab from out of nowhere. That's what you get for wanting higher education, nerd. Forgot it was Enemy's voice. Yeah, he added that personal TTS. It is honey bottle, right? Oh no. False. Oh right, yeah, we filled this up already.
Hit me with your fat cock. Why don't you hit me with your fat cock? Hit me with your cum shot. Fire.
Welcome to All Things Scottish. Our slogan is, if it's no Scottish, it's crap!
Oh my gosh, and Stony is here. Yo. What's up, friendos? Let's just plant all this stuff. Wait, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do this, and then we're gonna, yes, nice. Oh my gosh, we got a hype chest, gang. Hey, thanks, people. Look at that little frog. I got a different frog than everyone else. You didn't get yours? Fucking scam.
Why did you get frogs?
Because people were resubscribing and donating money and stuff. So
Why
a
does
hype.
that give you frogs? I do not understand this at all.
The wife is here.
Hello, Streb.
Right there. You know, like when people sub and give monies and stuff,
Nothing like
a hype train starts, and the hype train usually ends in people getting an
Wife
emote.
is the best and we love her.
And today we got frogs. I'm gonna go kiss the wife, I promise.
Oh, that's me.
For the wife?
The little panda underscore s just redeemed kiss wife. Smooch the wife.
Sean the non-believer. Sean.
Wife is the best and we love her.
Sean.
The wife has been smooched, and she is indeed the best. This is true. This is true.
I am a little bit better. Thank you, Bestie.
You are a little bit better.
But not all the way good.
Not all the way good. Look at my mech. It is so cute. I got reindeer horns on it.
Revved up and ready to go.
Where did you get those?
For some reason I got it as like a gift when I entered the game. Yeah, but fun. Just gonna repair my cock. And my arms and my cockpit. Wife is in the chat as well. Holy shit. Everyone is here. I am amazed and I am shocked. Oh, my trees are done. over encumbered. Your mom's over encumbered. What am I carrying? Otherwise it's just seeds. Oh right, and noxious spores. I'm not gonna place it there. Oh, come on. There we go. Everything is working. Nice. Happy that everything is working. Missing the Spotify overlay. Yeah, last time I streamed, the Spotify overlay wasn't working, so I don't think I started this time. I'll get to it. Just give me a second. You know what? Whoopsie. Oh, come on. I just want to go here. Spotify overlay. Let's see. I'm cooking and putting away laundry. I'm such a housewife. Oh god, please work. Subscription created. Let's see. Refresh. Wait, let me adjust date and time. Sync now. Refresh. Nope. Something's up with that. Yeah, because time is synced. Should be. Yeah, but it should be synced now because I clicked the sync thing. Cooking and putting away laundry. That is very housewifey of you. Alright. There we go, at least for now. I think we're just gonna leave these here.
That plant's all nice and watered.
This, what I'm doing right now, is what really got me to buy this game. The fact that you're doing farm work, but you're sitting in a big mech. You're like shooting seeds into the ground, watering with a water cannon. From now on, no, it's 31 seconds after. Yeah. There we go. Thanks for the lurk, enemy.
Nice. This will hold it over until tomorrow.
Yeah, well. You get Pokemans in the chats as well. Wait, I don't have...
Stretching the legs, huh?
Where the fuck are my wheat seeds then? Not here, not there, not there. Oh. Okay. Yeah, shoot. I hope everyone's been good while I've been away. I've been taking care of myself, taking care of the wife, been writing a whole lot. More than I have in the past, which is very nice. Planted all these trees not too long ago. Hubs is getting sick? No. Gonna go take care of him. Have a great evening. You have a great evening, friend. Take care of your Hubs, friend. Tell him me and the wife said hi. Wife is lying in bed over here reading a smut book with very little smut. Encumbered? No. I'm gonna go nurse this headache by making some sushi. Go make some sushi, man. Thanks for the lurk, Mr. Morris. I appreciate you. Over encumbered. I am in the mood for something else. Yes. There we go. Yeah, I know I'm over encumbered. Softwood. There we go. is which? Green tree, green tree. There's one pine sprout. There we go. Smack.
Don't forget where you parked it.
Don't forget where you parked it. Let's go. Alright. Craft and use the paint gun to paint a construct. What's the paint gun? This is the paint gun. Hey Artie, it is I, Dr. Vem. Tis true. Switch ammo, fire, switch tool. What is a construct then? Let's see. Which one? No targets? Oh, okay, there we go. I painted the door. How are you, Artie? What's happening? Can't turn that blue. Alright. Alright, they're all done. Let's see what we can do.
Lao, he just redeemed Hydrate. Glug glug mother lover.
Doing all right. What you playing? It's Lightyear Frontier. Basically, you're sent out into the cosmos because humanity has frontiers that hasn't been heard from in a while, and you're sent out to farm on a planet so you can send resources to the different planets that surround us here to help them out. That's basically it. And you have a mech over there. So it's another survival crafting game. It's really, really nice. And you can see here, you can send stuff to different camps, different planets. Let's send that. Every time you complete one of these orders, you get increased max power for your suit as well, and you need more and more power to use the better equipment. For example, here I got the level 2, basically level 2 frames. And here's the level 1 frames. But I've also installed the field plow and field harvester mods. Might want to up your mic. It's going as high as it is gonna go, but I can move it closer. Is that better? Is that better? Motherfucker. Alright. I want enough power to be able to mod all of my stuff as well. Would be nice. Let's see. Mutated wheat. We can send that. Nice, nice, nice. Also, thanks for looking out, Soul. Appreciate it, bud. Nitrogenic mound. See, and we're sending it. Fodder oven, furnace, door with a window. What the fuck is this? If that's the case, maybe the music down a little bit. I can do that. For sure. Better. Hey, Samwise, what up? I am alive. This is very true. Got gifts from the colonies. Jesus, yo, that's a whole lot. Mark II. Lawnmower mode. Farm amounts upgrade. Dope. How are you, Sammy? Mr. Samwise. Perfect. Sorry to be a pain. No, you're not being a pain, Soul. You're literally helping me out. You're making it better. You're making the stream better and my life better. Thank you. Bitch. +4 power limit. Your eyes good. How about you? I'm tired. But at least I'm streaming. Wife is next to me here, reading a book. Hopefully not being too annoyed with me. Who do we appreciate? That's baby nobody. Alright. It's night. Oh wait, shit. Spicy book isn't. It is. It's one of the less spicier ones, though, apparently. But yeah. Only gonna read spicy books. Hey, Pixie, what up? Thanks for the sub, friend. How are you,
Delpix just
Pixie?
subscribed. You are seen and appreciated.
How you feeling today? Appreciate that's baby no mind.
Stretching the legs, huh?
What's the name of it? The game or the song? Or the book? No, the what's the name of your book, wife?
It's the Crescent City series.
The Crescent City series.
Ekotar.
It's also ACOTAR?
It's in the branch.
In the branch.
Same author.
Same author. Gotcha. We need bronze for those things. Gotcha. Appreciate that's baby, no money. It's on my list. Yeah, see me. You perverts. Tractor type transform mode designed to cut grass. Cool. Increase the max water tank capacity. Oh my god. Enables the lock-on ability for seizure. Oh my gosh, that sounds so nice. Enables the hydroblast ability. Oh. Alright. Resurrect pulling plants out of the ground in a concentrated area. Oh my gosh, all of these seem so good. Hey Pixie, I've been okay. I think I'm doing fine. I've been very tired dealing with a lot in therapy and stuff, but otherwise we're alive. Wife is doing okay. She's trying to survive. She's been sick the last few days though. Poor woman. So she's had to be here with me. Oh. You look like you need a good throat punch. I do not need a good throat punch. What do you mean you look like you need a good throat punch? Why so angry and aggressive? So mean.
Who's being mean to you?
Pixie's being mean to me. She says I need a good throat punch.
Is that a sex thing?
I don't think it's a sex thing, no. Alright,
Lil
thanks
Pix
for the
just cheered
bits,
100
Pixie.
bits. Shake that booty, you saucy minx.
Sick. What a sweetheart. La, la, to the bank, back into the bank. Alright. We're gonna just shoot some seeds in the ground here. You don't stream much, hence the throat punch. Oh, gotcha. So because I don't stream, I gotta get punched in the throat. That I can accept though. Yeah, I've missed you too. A lot of stuff has happened. That's all. You know, once you fall out of a habit, it can be difficult to get back to. But I wanted to get back to streaming for a while now. And I've had a wonderful day with the wife. And I was like, you know what? I think I could stream today. So here we are. Real life been sucking again. Yeah. That's where you gotta live that online life. How have you been doing, Pixie? Have you been bothering Reggie a whole lot?
Nice. This will hold it over until tomorrow.
Alright, so honey bottles take 3 days. To mature. Life gives you love, drink some damn lemonade, you vegan. Always bugging the Reggie. Nice. See, that makes me happy to hear. People need to bug Reggie more. We're gonna go with a farm loadout.
Let's skedaddle.
And we are going to he's doing right now. Oh my gosh. How did I not know this? Is it because I'm a bad friend? No, I'm not a bad friend. Alright, I'll probably raid into him later then. So you gotta warn him. Tell wifey hello for me.
Hello.
Hello! She says hello back.
Who did I say hello to?
Pixie.
Hello, Pixie.
He misses us, guys. Wow. Imagine missing your friends. What a dork. No, I'm just kidding. I miss him too. Question now is, where do we build the furnace shit? Is it over? Yeah, I think it's... Here's where we build it, right? Urgency. Now we're just gonna build some foundations here.
You're making a fool of yourself, you fucking labradoodle!
Hey, Stony. I am not a labradoodle. build a furnace, like, what, here? And then a fodder oven. I think there is good. Oh my gosh, we got railings, we got windows, railing post brackets. Oh my gosh, it's so nice. R2D2. Let's see. Oh my gosh, I got a holiday tree and holiday presents.
Good placement on that one.
Where's an invalid surface? Where's a valid fucking surface for a bunch of... There, alright. Snowmaker? Will let it snow. I'm gonna place it here. I'm gonna have a stack of tires as well, just 'cause, you know, we live in that hillbilly lifestyle. Oh my gosh. Homestead coziness, level 3. Plant fiber red crystal. Oh my gosh. Got a holiday wreath and stuff. Oh, I can place it on the door. Holy shit, that's cool. Wait. Is it even placed on the door though? Need red crystal and copper ore. Gotcha. Start a Tanja dungeon. Use join. Yeah, I don't know how Tanja dungeons work. Honestly. I don't know if they actually work here. Oh my gosh, candles? Candles! You're just clicking stuff, having a good time.
Good placement on that one.
Got that. Boom, 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 boom. Got those already. Alright, I placed everything.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
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 It's beautiful. I know that's Reggie's favorite. It's my favorite too. It's so good. Oh, come on.
Now this should make things easier.
Should it though? This is all looking so stupid. 45-degree angle. Don't we have... We don't have that one. It's... Let's see. There we go.
We can make good use of this.
We can. Alright. Let's see. I should have like pillars or something, right? Beam long vertical. There we go. Sweet. Pay my fee. My fee.
That'll be useful.
There we go. Nice. Look at this cute shit.
Very cute.
You think it's a cute poop I have made?
Very cute. Cutest.
How did you see that I shat over here?
You said cute shit.
Yeah, but you can't see my poop. That's the whole point.
Yes, I can.
How can you see my poop?
I see everything. I am the
You're the best.
Did you see what I did?
No. Did you take off your socks?
No.
Yes, I think you took off your
I
socks.
took off my pantyhose.
Your pantyhose. Oh my gosh. Insane. I need a ride to my cooking class. Mods. See, alright, we still need copper for that as well. Oh, Jesus. If we go down. Whoop, whoop. Say la vie. Alright. Alright. So we can have those level 2 things. We don't have enough mods. We just need more copper ore, is all. Copper ore and red crystals. I know where to get that. Yeah. Let's fucking go.
What a nice looking girl.
What are you staring at, you wee push kid? We gonna have a fucking Pokemon fight or what?
Oh no.
I mean, who the fuck does she think she's having a wee?
She's
Cat, the
Scottish.
stupid fucking bitch.
We're gonna have a fucking Pokemon fight or not? What? I think that one was submitted by Stony as well. This music video, by the way, is so fucking good. Highly recommend. This is Baby No Money with another person running around in drag in the forest with like these huge fake boobs. Glad to see you. Thank God your facial hair is. Glad to see you too, Pixie. Go work. Thanks for being here. Baby face doesn't work for you. Psst. Everything works for me. I'm super sexy. Frost Peak Ridge. Just kidding. No, you hurt my feelings. Too late. No. Reggie's not allowed to roast me today. I'm too tired to get roasted. Fuck off, trees. Okay, today. Check today. Endless dream scenario. He's building a castle. Of course he is. I think it's so cool how Reggie just designs the coolest fucking buildings in any game he plays, really. Like, if he can build, he'll build, and he'll build some cool ass shit. But he's worked a lot with like graphic design and stuff, right? With his car business and stuff. Because ain't no way he has that talent without having experience with it as well. Znork. Well, you will see when you raid later. Nice. I'll check it out. Put some tinny tin tin on my chinny chin chin. Thanks for the lurk, Pixie. Right, so we'll get caught in the night, but nothing bad happens really if you stay away from your base during the night. We got refillites, and you'll find refillite everywhere here as well, so that's gonna be fine. And we got carry capacity upgrade and stuff. Nice. Yeah. Morty. No, just loose wood lying around. Morton. Oh my gosh. Look at that sunset. So pretty. So beautiful. Who the fuck are you doing, Goober? Hey, Nobles. I'm just chilling. Just taking it easy. I heard you're building stuff in Once Human. As per usual. Are you building more dope shit? Oh. It was sunrise, maybe. What I saw.
Good morning, sleepyhead. That mech of yours is looking good today.
That mech of yours is looking good today. The bot that speaks to you, the Piper, reminds me of Claptrap from the Borderlands franchise. Like it's got the same robot-y annoying voice. That doesn't look good at all. It's not moving here though, right? Is it getting closer? No, but it's definitely on the move. Now we're getting the fuck out of here. Dang. Oh shit, it's coming down here. It's definitely moving towards me. What the fuck? Yeah, it's moving down here. The fuck is it? Is it like actually following me? Is it a sentient vortex? Alright, we're just gonna get some copper real quick. Build furnace on a roof to get increased efficiency, and build fodder oven. Alright, hopefully it'll stay over there. Yeah, famous last words. Right? Alright, we're gonna run over here. Got an ad in coming in 5 minutes. Dear viewers. There's so much copper down here. Yo. Oh. Come on. Give me, yes. So fucking afraid of that storm. What? Oh no. What have you composed now, Nobles? You gotta be nice to me today. Let's see, let's see. The fuck? Alright, we're gonna prove this shit.
Nobles TV composed a song for you. Once a quiet gamer lost in the shadows, now he's vibing under neon lights, arms swinging, hips moving, and the crowd chanting his name. The beat slaps his ass like a boss pull at 3 a.m. The bass line thumps harder than his dead body hitting the floor. And Vem? He's living his best life. Free, fearless, and full of cock.
Chanting louder, I feel my name. Arms wild and swinging, hips in the flame. Bass thumps me harder, I know what they came for. I'm living my best life, never asking for more. Once in the shadow, controller, my only friend, but now I'm alive, this freedom won't end. Filled up with laughter, sweat glistening on skin, fearless and bold, I just let the night begin. No more hiding, I'm out and proud. Every move is louder, I stand up in this crowd. Heartbeat like the rhythm, wild as the night. I own every moment, it all just feels right. Crowd is chanting louder, I feel my name. Arms wild and swinging, hips in the flame. Bass thumps me harder, I know what they came for. I'm living my best life, never asking for more.
I'm not hating on this at all. Thank you so much, Nobles. Man. Sex-based terms. Free, fearless, and full of cock. That's me.
What?
What? I'm free, fearless, and full of cock, apparently. Mildly upset with the outcome of that. Used to none of the slapping ass and filled with cock. Yeah, sometimes you don't get what you want.
Now this should make things easier.
Why are you being weird, and where have you been? I have always been weird, and I've been off. Been taking care of myself. Let's see here. Where have you been, man? Let's see. And a fodder oven.
That'll be useful.
Bronze frame. Alright. We want those. Bro, ever since you shaved the face fur off, it's like I don't know you anymore. It's coming back. It's coming back. Don't you worry. Increased efficiency. How do I know if it has increased efficiency or not? Like, how do I make sure it has increased efficiency? I'll put this sexy. I'll put this sexy. Let's see, we gotta grab some oil. New construct goalpost. And a log rack, cool. Oh yeah. Give me all that shit. Oh man.
Time for some manual labor.
Let's see. Holyberry, Ravage, and Honey Bottle. Alright, but it says bronze frame. An orderly home for your log collection.
It really ties the farm together.
Really ties the barn together. Alright. I'm just gonna place everything everywhere. Which should be like over here, yeah. Bronze parts, bronze electronics. Cool. Kill.
Revved up and ready to go.
Alright, well we're gonna shoot some seeds into the ground here.
Not shooting.
Alright, and here we go with the Ravage. Nice. Man, there's some range to this as well. What the fuck? I've been running around way too much.
Can't wait to see it grow up.
I think there's a mod where you can like lock on to each and every one of these as well. So you just
I won't rest till I get even a
massively
shoulder
shoot
pat
on
from
it.
you.
That would be the
Hey,
most I've gotten in a very
Fasu,
long
what
time,
up?
Schwarzy.
Hey, you ever been sitting across
Thanks
from
for the
someone
raid,
just trying to have a
dude.
normal conversation, fighting every urge inside yourself to just scream out, yeah!
Shut the fuck up.
Fasu's Asu just traded with 1 viewers. Thanks for sharing your community. Doctor, add 1 to your push-up debt.
Yo, yo, yo. How you been doing, man? What's happening? What you been playing? We need bronze parts and bronze electronics for that shit. We're gonna make like 3 more of those. A couple of these, just to have them, you know. Maybe a thruster boost. Increases the range. I don't think we need those right now, though. Don't need to get shredded because of me. Very much appreciate that, man. Very much appreciate it. I can't get to beef. Let's go. Gonna use sprint speed. One of these could be a thruster instead, yeah. There we go. Is there any one for the... No, not yet. All. Alright, that means nice. Alright, cool. 33 out of 32 though. Yeah, we're gonna exit because we're probably gonna be able to up that with at least 1. Nope. There we go. Delivery in progress. And that's exactly what we needed. Slight increase to power. Oh, we need 50 honey bottles. There we go. Right. Whoa. go. My stool. My footstool. Ran away from me. It ran away. Ooh, power limit increased. $73. Yeah, we ain't got none of those. Wait, polyberry? We can send polyberries? Nice. And now we're heading to bed.
Farmer. Perhaps we can find some use for that new building you made yesterday.
Yes, it's just
Would be a
hanging
shame
there.
to just leave it hanging.
Fuck's sake. That's annoying. So like I could place it on here, but then it wouldn't stay there. Let's place it there instead then. Alright. Light bulb and rope. Cloth. Don't have those things. Not yet, anyway. Iron electronics battery. Oh. Don't have that either. Alright, we're gonna make some bronze frames. And some bronze electronics. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. I cannot think I need more furnaces to really scale up production. Mild fodder. Alright. Cool. We're crafting fodder. 10,000 wheat seeds, really? That just seems so insane. Thing is, like, I kind of want this area still, but I definitely need to make like a factory-ish somewhere. It's fairly flat. Let's see. There we go.
That'll be useful.
Oh Okay, well, we'll need to mine for more stone. That's annoying.
We can make good use of this.
We can? Who told you that? Alright, we're gonna jump in the mech. We're gonna do some planting if we can. And then we're gonna water our crops as well.
Not shooting. That plant's all nice and watered.
Just throwing my water everywhere. Definitely need a bigger water tank.
That plant's all nice and watered.
Plants all nice and watered.
Can't wait to see it grow up.
Let's go.
Nice. This will hold it over until tomorrow.
Alright, nice. Now I've filled this up. Oh, come on. Alright. Nice. Alright, so we water our crops now. And I definitely need to get resources. Nice.
Let's get this show on the road.
economics. I don't understand these at all, but I assume that there's some trading later. Like some type of economy built into this. I'm just gonna grab like that fuck ton of rocks until we're totally full. I've never been this far up on the hill before either. We're gonna explore this together, gang. Fodder in the fodder oven. Doing that. Alright, I can't destroy those. Whatever they are. Cool. Hey, Dick! I had this game on wishlist for 3 years. How is it? It's really, really chill. Very nice. Like, you can, like, obviously you have your own mech, and then you can modify it, and you have 3 different types of loadouts. And you have power that you have to be, like, economic with, so you can't have, like, all the cool shit on one loadout. So, like, right now I'm on my adventuring loadout that has a lot of sprint and carrying capacity. But it's not really good for farming. Hey, hey, hey. How you doing, friend? Was is that? Analyze artifact? Cool. Database? Ancient civilization, the one's called the Light Year Frontier, it's home. Cool. Alright. Not really good for farming, and all I've seen you do is farm. I mean, so far. You haven't seen me make farms. That's like make farmland. I've planted some seeds, yeah, but that was slow going. Also, technically, this game is all about farming, so... Oh yeah, I got a strange fence. Nice. Cool. Alright. Kinda cool. light. It's the best. You need fuel for the mech. And you can make oil out of plants, or you can find these little shiny things around called refill-ites. And they are so far the best fuel source I've found, but you can't really make them. You can only find them. Oh jeez. Oh, no. Oh, this is gonna be bad. Need to make tea. Trying to take down the statue. What can I say? I'm channeling my inner British person. I come to an ancient civilization and I try to destroy their statues immediately. That's how we live, yo. Alright, there we go. Yay. Let's go with that. Just make more wheat. Wheat. I love that he's just like double tapping. Tap tap.
We can make good use of this.
We can. Oh, come on.
Now this should make things easier.
It should, shouldn't it? Alright, I have some type of idea. Just wonder if it's at all feasible. Alright, we're gonna try it out here. No. No. Well, that's annoying. What if...
Now this should make things easier.
What? Build like that.
We can make good use of this.
I'm thinking. I'm trying to do what I can here. Right. Alright.
We can make good use of this.
I don't know if this is gonna work, but I gotta try it. Oh, come on.
Good morning, Sleepyhead. You've been doing real well since you arrived. Keep up the good work.
Thanks. So nice. Come on. The fuck? There we go. Alright.
We can make good use of this.
Fuck's sake. Alright, the building system could definitely be better. So far.
We can make good use of this.
I don't even know if this is a good idea. I just want to do it. Roof, flat roof corner. There we
can
go.
Make good use of this.
There we are. Can I walk through here? No, I can't. So we're definitely gonna remove that. But we can like place vertical beams instead. Like, they should be rolling down here and then onto this. I don't fucking know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll try it out. Seed extractor. Extractor, I hearken you, or etc. etc. There we go. All right. Before I build like a fuck ton more, we're gonna see if this actually works.
We can make good use of this.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. If nothing else, it has been an exercise in building, and that is always fun. At least that's what I tell myself.
Now this should make things easier.
Oh, there we go. I fell down there. Does that do anything? No. Half a wall there, and then this one maybe. It won't even snap there. Right, so what if we just place another one there? Splits there, but it cuts through. Yeah. Kinda thought it would, but
We can make good use of this.
you know what? That works. That worked. We went in. Alright. Oh shit, wait, we need to actually do some farming now.
Alright, let's get to work.
Roll. Oh, come on. We're gonna go to this loadout. Gonna modify that fucker. So much carry capacity. And armor up, I guess. Alright. Ouchies. More bronze. Awesome stuff.
Alright, let's get to work.
Let's fucking go, harvester. Whoa. Oh my god, I'm loving it. In Swedish we call this skördetröska. Oh my gosh. This is actually beautiful. Hello, wife. Ah! No, we still got some left there. So we are just gonna. Ouchies! There we go. Thank you. I also think it's nice shooting. We have more? Yeah, we got a bit more.
Can't wait to see it grow up.
Hello, wife. Ah!
That plant's all nice and watered.
My services are required right now. I will be there right now. BRB, gang. Alright, I'm back. Need some other music. Let's see. Ooh, nice. And now the time is correct as well. That's weird. Oh, we got an ad incoming as well. Sadly. Probably want more range on this thing.
Nice. This will hold it over until tomorrow. Great shot.
Oh, fuck's sake. Alright. Let's get rid of the Ravage. Fuck, I don't think it had... It was done growing, was it? No, it wasn't.
This will hold it over until tomorrow.
It's gonna jizz my water everywhere. Alright, let's see. Parts crafting. Yeah, electronics and parts. Alright, we got a bunch of that. While I'm here, might as well grab this. Hey enemy, what up enemy? Hope you're doing well enemy. An ad incoming in 20 seconds. Make 8 of those. Eight of those. Couple of these. Alright, let's see what we can build now. Definitely want that. Tool range, I think I realized I wanted. I love range and speed, right? Hey, Bortol! How are you, friend? How are you living life?
Fuck you, Riley. I made your mom so wet, Trudeau deployed a 24-hour infantry unit to stack sandbags around my bed.
Trudeau deployed a 24-hour infantry unit. Yup. It was a hydroblast. Right, no, water tank capacity, definitely. Tired? Yeah, me too. Happy to see you though, friend. Nice of you to join. Spike sauce, sweeping strike, yeah, that we could use actually. Oh Jesus. Armor up, carry capacity, sprint speed. All that is nice. Harvest vortex ability. Tool range on that one could be good. Feed an animal. I'll do that. Oh, don't you worry. I'll feed an animal. Oh my gosh.
Nothing like a good night's rest. That mech of yours is looking good today. Those modifications you did yesterday really paid off.
Rat, didn't they just? Alright, we got some stuff to gather later. Oh, cool. Strange fence. Definitely gonna be using that.
This should make things easier.
It should, shouldn't it? But we don't know yet. We hope.
We can make good use of this.
Buildy, buildy, build. I'm just making a little building. Need more copper ore for that. 10-4, good buddy. Honey bottle. There we go. Alright. Now, if my calculations are correct, they should all just poop seeds out into this hole, and they should hit the barrel. Oh, come on. Really? That's annoying.
We can make good use of this. That'll be useful.
Alright, so it's not working perfectly, but well enough, you know? Alright. Alright. Nice. Hopefully we can upgrade some parts of the mech now. Parts crafting. I don't have copper ore for the Mark 1s, but I have stuff for the Mark 2s. Into Westing. I can build two different things. We're gonna build a spike saw 100% and the irrigation hose then. Fuck. Modify and tool speed. Nice. Irrigation hose. No, wait, that's totally unnecessary. Yeah. Let's go there. I guess that. All right. No, water tank. Punch damage. Level 1. Oh, okay. Very interesting stuff.
Lao E just redeemed hydrate.
Oh.
Glug glug mother lover.
Yes, Louis. Of course, Louis. There you go. Alright, I think I want to try out my new mech. The farmer mech. First off, we're gonna I'm not too happy about where I placed this wheat farm. I mean, I could move it, but this is its ancestral place, you know? There's a Pokemans in the chats as well. Wow. Cool. I wonder if I can do the harvest thing on like the corrupted vines and stuff. Would be interesting to see. All right. Hey. Phosphoric, potassic, and nitrogenic. There's like different types of mounds here. Very interesting. Alright. I'm gonna grab some seeds.
Hopping out for some fresh air.
Well. Alright. Seed shooter. Oh my god. That is delicious. Oh shit, no. I shot too much.
Top little plant.
Oh my gosh, alright, this is so cool though. Love the upgrades.
Bird. Birdie.
Hey, good guy.
Birdie, birdie.
Thanks for welcoming me back. I'm here for now, at least. How you doing, man? How's life been treating you?
Fresh soil, neat seed.
Oh my gosh. This lock-on ability is amazeballs.
Plants are nice and watered.
No ammo. There we go. Cool. Been good. Just really busy with work these last weeks. Otherwise, everything's good. Nice! Will build myself a new computer next week. Oh, fuck yeah, man. So work is already paying off, I see. Very nice to hear. Very, very nice to hear. Wait, did I water these plants? I did not.
Nice. This will hold it over until tomorrow.
Mutated, just normal Ravage. Getting myself a 5070 and a Ryzen 7. Ooh, nice, dude. Nice. Nice. I envy you. That is a good setup. Good get. Very well done, I would say. Craft Max. Oh, right. Let's just go Craft Max. Craft Max. Let's see. We'll end at almost 17K if everything goes. That's a good price though for a computer with those initial specs. That's nice, man. Means you'll be able to stream cooler games and even more, right? So you work all day, then you come home, you'll stream all night. Correct? Correct? Alright, let's see. I'm just gonna put the seeds away. And we'll see what we can send off. Nice. Just what we need. Oh, yeah. I think it looks so cool. Nice. Bigger power limit, always nice to have. Yeah, I'm not gonna be willy-nilly with the bronze frames though. The bronze frames are kinda a bitch to get. Alright. Hopefully it'll rain tomorrow so we don't have to water the crops.
Hey, hope you're well this fine morning. Those new mech parts made a world of difference.
They did.
Best looking ride in the frontier for sure.
Fuck yeah, and it's raining. Oh, this is so good for us, gang. That means we're gonna go with our first loadout.
Let's get this show on the road.
Or was it over there? Yeah, it was over there. Good music for being in a mech and running around. Wait, you know what? I'm just gonna try out a thing. Roar! See, you're part of the process here, gang. Haha. I feel like that's better. Get more of my face. Let's see. Let's see if we can light it better as well. Kurwa nie. Wow. I am still going, Hoobs. I'm still here. How you doing, friend? What's up? What's happening? Missed you, Vemsicles? I missed you too, man. I got a hankering for some streaming today. And, you know, the planets aligned. So here I am. Messing around with the camera as well. Alright, we're over here somewhere. Messing about with some corrupt stuff. Eunice poop. My lecture today was so nothing burger. that happens sometimes. Oh, but that also reminds me of a thing that took me the longest time to learn in university, is that it won't always be super clear to you what the information is useful for, like what the lecture is useful for. So sometimes you gotta look for application yourself. Fuck these noxious weeds. Lecturer was just reading off the slides. I mean, that's just a bad lecturer. It's insane how much a bad lecturer can affect the quality of the information as well. That is fucking insane. By the way, could you do me a favor and queue a song? Try to queue a song. See if the bot accepts those commands at ATM. Oh, nice. Cool. And a corn song. Nice. That is awesome, actually. Oh my god, I'm almost done with this. I don't know what it'll do once I'm finished, but the game said to clear out the noxious weeds, so that's what I'm doing. Fuck off. Region restored. Cool. Dope. Alright. Beating Sweden's most sold car. B-Love are fucking OP though. Too bad they're not vegan. So, for those of you who don't know, in Sweden we have this candy called B-Love. Literally translates just to cars. And it's these car-shaped candies, and they're really good. And they have a few slogans for it. It's like Sweden's most sold car. Only way to stop it in your mouth, because stop in Swedish is also to put it in your mouth. Clever piece of marketing, seriously though. So one of their slogans is basically the only way to put a stop to it is to put it in your mouth. And I once knew a guy who had tattooed one of those candy cars on his dick. Just so he could go, well, you know what they say, only way to stop it is to put it in your mouth. He was a creepy dude, but that was a fun tattoo to have. Oh my god, chain reaction. Twist. Ouchies. I really don't like how many of these fucking balloon thingies are around here. Dangerous joke to make, but funny as fuck that you gotta take. Yeah, honestly. That's what I felt as well. Hello. Oh, you only eat sour fodder. I'm sorry, I only have the normal fodder. Kill him. I can't. I can only feed them. I've already tried to kill him. Literally the first thing. I was like, ooh, animals murdered. Had to. Oh, bird? Hello, bird. Oh, you need sweet fodder. Rats. Oh, come on.
Hope that didn't scratch the paint.
You gotta get out of the mech once when you flip it like that. Ooh, nice. I'm just gonna run around and gather resources as much as I can. Here. No, that won't do anything. You try to kill animals? What did you do to the real Dr. Van Mercy? No, every time I play a game I try to kill animals. Real life though, pacifist. But in games, I love using violence against any and all things. But in real life, I'm a cute little boy. Just such a sweetheart. Die, rock. Die, rock. Sure. Thanks for the lurk, Hoobs. Appreciate you. Oh, by the way, Nick, I was thinking about you while I was away, because when I wasn't streaming, I was playing a whole lot of Cyberpunk 2077. And first of all, enjoy the fuck out of that game. It's buggy, but it's so good. Like the story and everything, the feeling, everything is awesome. I was thinking like, oh, a cool stream idea would be to roleplay in that world, live on stream, like in the game and stuff. Because I know you've said you enjoy GTA role-playing streams. I was like, wait, that could actually really work with this type of game as well. Because like you have a story you can follow, but you can also just like go your own fucking way. And like I've played through it once. I haven't finished it yet because that's usually how it goes for me. I like get 99% done and then I'm like almost done. That's enough. Like my first playthrough now has been as a street samurai. Literally just like I watched the show Cyberpunk Edge Runners on Netflix. I was like, wait, is the Sandevistan a thing you can have equipped? And it is. And I was like, well, I'm gonna be the fastest motherfucker around. Modded servers for roleplay? Is that possible? For Cyberpunk? That'd be cool. Yeah, honestly, like, I did not expect much, and then when I watched it, I was like, holy fuck, this is good. And of course, Giancarlo Esposito is the bad guy again. And the music in that show is so fucking good, and the music in the game is so fucking good. The atmosphere, the vibe, everything in that game and show is just... He is always the bad guy. I mean, he does it really good, but I'd love for him to play like a cute and cuddly character sometime. I have not gotten Phantom Liberty. I want it though, and I was thinking like, oh, I could actually get it if I stream it. Like, that's my holdout. Like, I can get Phantom Liberty if I decide to do an RP stream of it. Because then more content is good, you know? The fuck? I hope that was a fly that I saw and nothing else. I'll add it to the list. I mean, I remember when it came out, it was super hyped, and then people were like, oh, it's buggy as hell, NPCs are clipping through the floors and stuff, and like, stuff like that still happens in the game, but I feel like that is so secondary. Like, the dialogue never lags, or spazzes out or anything. You know, aware instead of despair, since it's just executives pushed too hard to get it out. It was barely playing in the beginning. It was okay, because that's what I heard, and that's what kept me from buying it immediately. And then it was on sale like a couple weeks ago, and I was like, fuck, I gotta get it. Can't have a computer like this and not get Cyberpunk while it's on sale. Yeah, no, it shows. It shows. The game is amazing. Like, literally one of the few games where I do nothing but play the game when I play it. Like, usually I have like a show on my secondary screen, or I'm watching some YouTube or listening to a podcast or something. Like, always dual entertainment, you know. But with that game, I was just like, no, I gotta vibe. I'm just driving around in that city, listening to various music, trying not to hit pedestrians. Amazing. Right, what are we gonna throw away? 10 of those. Let's go. Yeah, CD Projekt Red is just, fuck's sake. This I don't like about this game. And like, you throw it out and the game's like, alright, now it's on the floor, but if you walk over it again, you'll pick it up. Meanwhile, you throw it out right in front of you, always. Absolutely hating the driving physics. Oh, I mean, the driving physics drive me insane, pun intended. But it's also like, yeah, big cars are heavier. There's some bikes that are like, oh yeah, you can just forwards fast as fuck, but they can't turn for shit. But I love that every vehicle is different. It's like you gotta find your style. But I think I have like not the most expensive car, but the second most expensive car. I think that's the best one. It's the fastest, best handling. Spins out very, very easily though, but it's so fun. Yeah, I think I've bought all the cars so far in the game. Alright, that's annoying. You need to look something up. You are allowed to. You can look whatever you want. Look up whatever you want. You can look up whatever. You can look at whatever. You know what I mean. Craftmax. Craftmax. Craftmax? I don't need to go to bed just yet. Right. Now we gotta go in here. Fuck your Ravage. Ravage. Like, I wish there was like pipes and stuff you could attach to these things so you can just automatically make them puke into these containers. This my house. Very pretty house. This my bed. I sleep now in bed. I think it's better frame-wise here as well, with my face.
Good morning, Sleepyhead. Restoring that region yesterday felt great. Maybe
Yeah, it
there's
did.
some more good to be done around here. Keep a lookout, will ya?
He's so cute. Such a peppy motherfucker. Alright, we got mild fodders, and I know that where I'm going, we can use mild fodder. Alright.
Revved up and ready to go.
Have you done all the side missions? Yeah, I have. Or basically all the side missions. Like all the blue ones, the gigs. I've done all of them. I've done the Pan Am story. I've done the Lizzy Wizzy story. It's just insane. Johnny's Porsche. It looks cool, but it's a bitch to drive. Like it's too much for me. It's too much car. I can't handle it. I tried it in one of the races with I forget her name, but she has a trans flag on her pickup truck, and you race with her in the game. I tried Johnny's Porsche 911 in one of the races, and I just came in third. I was so annoyed. I was like, never would have happened with the correct equipment. Everybody out here about Pan Am, but not. Is this ready to harvest? It is, right? I mean, I think she's a real cutie, that Pan Am. But I really thought that, what was it, Evelyn? The doll that you do missions for? I thought, I for sure thought V would hook up with her, but apparently not, so. Alright, Right. I looked at the woman you do races with. Is named Claire. Oh, nice. Kind of a badass. And like I like the small character things with everyone as well. Like you're doing these races because her husband was killed the year before, and it's not about winning the race. It's actually about getting revenge on her husband's killer. It's just, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. Like it's well crafted, the whole game, every storyline. All right. This is the Ravage field. There we go. Yeah. Friday night. There we go. More cyberpunk music. See, I saw this in the trailer for the game, the fact that you can like lock on and then just automatically shoot. And you can't do this in the beginning. I was like, oh, okay, well, probably you can unlock it later. Now I've unlocked it. So satisfying. It's a good game, just thinking back on it now we're talking about it. I need to play it again soon. Oh, you should. Such a decent game. Like for role-playing purposes as well, like you don't need to do every side mission. Like if you just create a character and you're like, alright, what is my character's motivation? Is it trying to achieve this or this or this? And then just like, well, oh fuck, whatever. I'm finding Ravages here as well. can I stomach playing male V this time? Male V was my first V. I was thinking to do a female V for the roleplay stream. A corpo. Like corpo female V, who's all about that net running. Just full on intelligence and cool. Like just maxing those stats immediately. Voice acting for female V is better? Well, you done sold me on it now. Alright, I gotta plan this. I gotta make sure this stream actually happens.
Time for some action.
You can't romance Panem though. What? Why can't you romance Panem when you're female V? Oh, is Panem straight? Is that it? That'd be so sad. Like, oh yeah, you can't romance her as a woman because she's straight. Like, fuck, man. Man, once again, straightness ruins all the fun. Typical. You know whose fault this is? White men. Goddamn white men. Clipping that? Oh, come on. Do appreciate it when people clip though, so. Alright, we're going on an adventure this time around. We're gonna grab copper, we're gonna grab tin. We're gonna explore. This song was used for the trailer for... Yeah, I remember that. That's why I was like, oh, this is a really good song. I think it's from Cyberpunk, but I was like, oh, fuck, I don't know if it was, though. Can't say for sure. But I knew it. I love being in a mech. Like just the feeling of being in a big metal suit running around. Like that is the major selling point here for me. Just being able to ride around in this big mech suit that you can upgrade, and it's mostly used for farming and exploring. Just feels cool as fuck. So after we've gone exploring this time around, I think what we're gonna do is run back home. Well, obviously we're gonna run back home because we always go back home. All right, let's see if I can. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you wanna fight? You wanna fight, bitch? Let's see, because I know you can feed these guys. I don't know what it does.
This is one of my favorites.
Iron ore? Ooh. Cool. Nitrogenic droppings? Hey, yo, they keep finding stuff as well. Well, okay. I'm just gonna walk around and feed all of them. quote of the decade. Come on, man. I'm just gonna go feed these worms real quick. Tunnel vision. Alright. I just want all of them to be my friends. So many games you need to play, right? Literally same. The fuck? Oh, cause the boulders fucked up the trees here. Of course, keys. Nope. Come on.
No worries. Everything looks intact.
Flip.
Time for some action.
I love that you can flip it back though. That's a mechanic I last saw in Halo. I love that they have it here as well. I think it's a Swedish company that made this game as well. Because you can make a dollar horse. So... Well... Has to be Swedish. You know one more fruit? Asshole. From Skövde? Oh my god. Skövde? Åh gud vad häftigt att det är från Skövde. But I mean, it's a good game so far. Basically just started. I haven't explored past, like, my starting area, really. 'Cause I'm a simple bitch. We need these crystals, regardless. Ouchies. Fucking rock. I was just reminded of the fact that in Thor Ragnarok, when Thor meets, what's he called? The rock dude. Anyway, the rock dude later marries and has a child with a rock guy named Dwayne. And I just think that's such a cute little throwaway gag. The fuck was his name? Korg. Korg the Kraglin, I think. Oh yeah. Ouchies, you're in my way, tree. Oh, okay, and here we have a fuck ton of red crystals. That's very, very nice. Maybe we want to throw out a couple of stones. maybe another stone, and then we run back home. No, come on, really? Don't be an asshole. Super cool that I found this though. Ratscallion. The fuck? It's a literal rat. That's so cute. What up, little rat? Oh shit, I'm high up. Alright, gang. Yeah, I'm fucking up this whole mech. Whee. Good thing I got repair stuff with me. Let's get this show on the road, indeed. In my mind I was like, oh, so I can run up this hill and get back up on the mountain, but no I can't because I jumped down from there and fucked up my whole neck. So, going back up the way I came down, probably not gonna happen. I say probably because you never know. This is kind of nice though. We were able to do some farming and then do a whole bunch of gathering and some light exploring. It was a good day. A very good day.
Some things you just have to do yourself.
Right. The fact that Samurai is a band they actually made for this as well. So dope.
Wakey, wakey, partner. Those new mech parts made a world of difference. The best looking ride in the frontier for sure.
Oh yeah. Quick deposit, quick deposit, quick. Alright, we're gonna get rid of the mutated wheat, some honey bottle. Alright, there's no space anywhere here. Nitrogenic droppings. Boop. They're a nice boop. Adding sweet fodder. Alright. And then we'll just grab whatever fodder we need, depending on which direction we're running. Yeah, this needs to be reworked, for sure. Pretty annoying. I thought I was slick with this. Oh, fuck, I mean, it's not the worst. Sweet. Sweet. Liberty. Liberty. Rabal. Rabal. Honey poo. Rabal. Rabal. Fuck, that's a whole lot of rabbit. Oh, whatever. See, this is my farm. It's crazy looking. I love it. Alright, let's see what we can send. They're struggling. Oh, but they're soon not struggling. So cool. Well, we need more of everything, really. Alright, Wait, let's see if this one works. No, because it's... Alright. We're gonna do stuff. We're gonna do stuff. Yeah, 100%. That's what I thought. Fucking hollyberry oil. We're gonna make another oil press. Place it there. Wait, we had something new. Bottles. I'm just gonna place them here. Outside. Alright, let's see what we can do now. With what we have, lawnmower mode, no. Customization, it's got tool range, but what if I want that one? This is not the farming one. Excuse you. Alright, why is that not working? That is really, really annoying. Enables the harvest vortex ability for the resource vacuum. Wait, it's probably a right click or something. Yeah. Alright, this is not as good as the field harvester. All right. Right, we're also gonna switch it back.
Time for some manual labor.
Or fucking. Check the average here. Oh no. There we go. That's way better. Oh shit, I should probably stop streaming soon though.
Top little plant.
Just gonna water all of this. While we're over here near the water. You know, we don't need to water the plants that are already done. Fucking done, right?
Nice. This will hold it over until tomorrow.
Until tomorrow. I love this little robot is like just comfortably southern. It's so cute.
Lowy just redeemed Hydrate.
Hydrate?
Glug glug mother lover.
Fine. Alright. Alright.
Into the soil it goes.
I'm a gangsta farmer. Oh my god, I'm living the Amish paradise, but not really, because this is not very Amish at all. Dope shit. Alright.
Don't forget where you parked it.
Ugh. Off. So annoying. Don't forget where you parked it. Yeah, I won't. Thanks though. Let's see. Yeah, not much we can do there. Still not much we can do here either. Alright. We should be looking into expanding or do we want to make furnaces?
Now this should make things easier.
There we go. No way. That's too close. Probably there. We're just eyeballing
Now
it.
this should make things easier. We need more clay for that. Alright. Which means we need more sand. Which means we need more clay. There we go. Gotta think about how to build here. We can make good use of this.
Wait, I don't. Oh my god. I think I know how to do this and make it look pretty. Wide window. We're gonna have a vertical beam there.
We can make good use of this.
Alright, just feels better if it's all the way down to the ground.
That'll be useful.
Wonder if this will work.
That'll be useful.
No, fuck.
That'll be useful.
Increased efficiency. Fuck yes. Alright. Nice, because I love an open air thing. You know what? Just because of that, we're gonna...
That'll be useful.
Wait. Oh fuck. There's not enough wood. God fucking damn it. Red lens. Fuck, whatever. Let's go for that. We're doing sweet fodder right now. We'll grab some sour fodder preemptively because we're going upstairs or upriver. Upriver. Fuck it, Ravage oil it is. Hey again. Hello back, I'm Dr. Vem. See, that's a funny joke. Alright, we're going over here. I mean, why would I want another sprout cannon? Secondary seed shooter I can see what I would need. So it would have this seed shooter lock on. Tool speed? The tool range is not needed at all. Oh, come on. Modify. Seed shooter. 41 out of 41. Jeez. Insane that my farming mech is the most resource heavy mech right now. Because he's just like armor, carry capacity, thruster boost, sprint speed. That's about it. I could do the field horse. Oh fuck. So yeah, I'm not gonna go on an adventure today because I didn't get the boosts.
Hey, hope you're well this fine morning. That mech of yours is looking good today. Those modifications you did yesterday really paid off.
Shut the fuck up, man. One thing, dog. You should prompts deactivate the debt must be paid everything when you fully back to streaming. That is true. That is true. I entirely forgot about it. I'll just leave it up for now. So if people redeem it, I'm just gonna be like, yeah, you're gonna get it back. Sorry. Just about to redeem it. Well, thanks for being nice to me. 69, sick. Sick, bro. 69%, yeah. This is so satisfying. Such a relaxing little game. Oh my gosh. But yeah, after this farming day is over, we're probably gonna raid out to nobles. And I might head to bed after that. Could have done the Gen Alpha number instead. Oh, Jesus, right. 6-7. I don't even get it. I mean, every generation has stupid shit that they think is super funny. I guess if you understand the reference and you were there at that point in time. I read on Urban Dictionary that it's kind of like 69. Like it has the same connotation, basically. Fixed what? Oh, thank you, enemy. You're such a sweetheart, enemy. Här kör jag med min skördetröska. You are welcome. Oh, this one is really good as well. Same artist that made the first song we played in this playlist. I Really Want to Stay at Your House is what it's called. Love their voice. We've missed you. Welcome back to streaming. You can never miss
We have missed you. Welcome back to streaming, and you can never leave us again.
Wow, the pressure is on, is what I hear. I'm gonna try to stream more. I promise. But we'll see. We'll see what it's gonna be like going forward. But I definitely don't want to stop streaming. Not permanently. Okay.
Testing! 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 Testing!
What are you testing?
Do you read?
Oh my God! 6-7! 6-7!
I hate you. Wait. How the fuck? I don't remember how you. Was Z? No. X, C. Q? No. T, R. There's some command. Fuck, I'll just check it out. Controls. Input mapping. Switch perspective, N. How is N the switch perspective one? You love me, admit it. When I get my new PC, you down to string together? Yeah, sure. If I'm feeling better, I'll definitely be up for it. Back to lurking. What is this inimititious? Plow 500 mounds, and I would plow 500.
My voice is so beautiful. Is there like a word for when you're in love with your voice?
Yeah, it's called narcissism. Oh yeah, the Discord. I always forget the Discord. I'm such a stupid fucking cunt. Alright, this is where I want to grow wheat. What I want to. Alright, next one should be Ravages, I guess. They're the blue thingies. Don't remember what they're called. I fucking love Aurora as well. She's such a weirdo. You might be done, we still love you. Yeah! Love the dum-dum. You have to love the dum-dum.
Hey Dervum, I have a surprise for you. My sprinkler goes like this and comes back like it
was anticlimactic. Only thing it can't do. I mean, that and solve world hunger. I bet it can't solve world hunger. Plow 1,000 mounds. How about I plow 1,000 moms? No, sorry. That's not what I do. As detailed as you
We
can.
live in horny jail. You can't send us there. We've got the keys.
We've got the keys. Yay.
Inimized asked me, "Hey enemy, can you explain the string theory as detailed as you can?" Ah, string theory. It's a bit of a brain teaser, but let's dive in. Basically, string theory is a theoretical framework that
It
tries
actually
to reconcile general
string theory.
relativity and quantum
Cool.
mechanics. It suggests that that the fundamental particles we observe are not, point-like dots, but rather tiny, vibrating strings. These strings can vibrate at different frequencies, which determine the properties of the particles. It's super abstract, but offers potential insights into the nature of the universe. Just imagine tiny strings doing a cosmic dance.
Doing a cosmic dance. Alright. Interesting.
Time for some manual labor.
Time for some manual labor. Only got 64 wheat thingies. That's fucking annoying. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do this. We're just gonna max out the wheat seeds. There we go. What? What was Twitch called before it was called Twitch? Justin TV? Justin TV, I think. If I remember correctly.
Fresh soil, neat seed.
No, fuck. Seriously? Tokyo Drift? Some remix of it too. Crab Rave Sandstorm. The fuck? Banger. It is the best thing to come out of Tokyo Drift for sure. On my version of NMB Veep, I merged play and play search. Oh, that's really nice. Why didn't I get that? Well, I'm gone for a couple weeks and you immediately just forget about me? Don't care about me anymore? No, I'm sorry. Just joshing. Fuck you, that's why? Oh, wow. You know what? Maybe streaming isn't for me if I'm getting this bullied. Maybe I should just quit it now. Never. Yeah, I hear that TTS, but y'all don't hear it. Which is very sad. me all over
Come,
you.
little plant.
No. Fine, hold on. What am I gonna hold on for? I keep forgetting what we're talking about. Enemy going full on. Fuck it, we'll do it live. That is one of the most insane clips I've ever seen, though. Bill O'Reilly just losing it. That's also something that's really weird about, like, getting older, is that, like, when I was a teenager in my early 20s, it was like, oh, Bill O'Reilly, everybody knows who Bill O'Reilly is. He's a huge dude on the internet, conservative asshole, etc., etc. And then he lost his job, and now he's just the fuck it, let's do it live dude. he's no one anymore. Shit is funny, yeah. Sure is. Oh, come on. Rah, rah, rah. I think it's better to have the farmland near water, right? And all kind of near each other. I think this is gonna be good. Did I not water these? No, I did. Asshole.
Don't forget where you parked it.
Please rain tomorrow. Thanks for the lurk, Karoo. Oh, you pitched a tent? Bet you did.
Morning. Hope you had a good night's sleep. Those new mech parts made a world of difference. The best looking ride in the frontier for sure.
Wow, Karoo pitched a tent in the lurk zone. Now we know. Because pitching a tent is also means getting a boing. It's a slang. Oh my gosh, yes, crab rave. Fucking love me some crab rave. Volume 0? Come on, why would you do that? Crab Rave is good. Fuck you, dude. Crab Rave is the shit, bro. Alright, I need more wood. I need to go water my plants first. You can't tell me this isn't good. It's such a banger. Restarting. Oh, it's restarting, so you probably can't force it to play anything right now.
Plants all nice and water.
It's the thing called nice and power. Fucking love me some gorillas. Alright. So good. Oh no, I missed something. Very nice.
Fresh soil, neat seed.
So satisfying. Nice. I'm holding on.
That you keep it good until tomorrow.
Holding on so hard. So much. What am I holding on to? The butt plug. No. I think I'm funny. We've been going on for almost 4 hours now. Wait, no, this is also the fucking farming mech. I don't want that.
Some things you just have to do yourself.
Command is deprecated. You can now run the play command with a career instead. Nice! Play Sarge poo poo pee pee. Thank you very much, enemy. You're such a sweetheart. You're the best. What an amazing man he is, truly. He should get the Nobel Peace Prize. Oh, come on.
Hope that didn't scratch the paint.
I nudged it. Motherfucker.
Revved up and ready to go.
He did it live. He did. And better than Bill O'Reilly, might I add. What kind of stuff is that? What is this flower? Flower? Large bush? No wonder I like it. No, it's not. I need to shut up more. Large green tea. It took so long because I had to change operating system on my desktop, which then got locked by BitLocker, so I had to unlock. Dude, you said it took long, and you literally did it within like what, 10 minutes, 15? If you think that is a long time, I pity your girlfriend. See, what I did there was a joke about his sexual prowess, which is very funny. It is extremely funny because it plays on the stereotype that men should be able to have sex for hours on end, while in reality 10 to 15 minutes is a very good session if you do it right, if you know what I mean. Etc. What? No, I didn't say anything, enemy. I never say anything. I'm a nice boy. Die, spire tree, spire pots tree. I can? I can kill the water watcher. I wonder what happens. I heard clip it, don't try me. Sad. I'll be nice. Oh my god. Cool. Well, I gotta jump down and see what happened. Oh, long time no see. My god. You one last time. Whose lipstick is on your ass chin? Oh, asshole, it's not ass cheeks tonight. Yeah, and I know. The overlay just started working for some reason. I didn't even do anything. Was that the game or... Oh shit! What the fuck is that? The fuck is that? Yo. Cool. My code is self-repairing. That's a big boy. That's a real big boy. Yay, refill-ites. Hey. Do you want some fodder? Hello, fodder. Hello, mother. Etc. Oh, you pooped. Thank you. I'll take your shit. I love that you can, like, go and feed crabs and shit. Right? It does remind you of Satisfactory, doesn't it? but it is cuter. Much cuter. Crumbling. Yes, yes, dig for me, you little bitch. You, Crumbling, you shall be fed.
Balls!
The fuck was that?
Balls!
Balls. That's enemy doing something, I'm pretty sure. Just don't know what. Balls. Wait, that's a clip of me? Could literally be any game, but I want to guess Peggle? Because I got really mad when I played that.
Balls!
More recent. I mean, then it must have been Repo, right? Yeah, I don't understand why this remix is just a minute long either. Like, at least loop it 3 times so it's a 3-minute thing. Oh no, did he explode on you? Poor little guy. You're such a cutie. Did you... Alright, you made the poop. So this is where you feed them to get their shit. Art of Loving is a banger album. Haven't listened to it. I'm a bad person.
Poo 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 pee 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 poo 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 pee 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 poo 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 pee poo poo pee pee poo 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 pee pee poo pee 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 poo. Don't laugh, don't laugh, don't laugh. You suck if you laugh. Pee 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 poo. Oh pee 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 poo. Oh my gosh, he can't stop laughing. Oh my gosh.
Put it in the recommended channel, motherfucker. We got an ad incoming in about a minute and a half, gang. Oh no, he died. Gotta run away from the murder scene. Run away! Run away! Ah, house. Doc, I think you missed it. Balls is from the climbing game. Oh shit, right! I've played that game once or twice after I streamed it as well. I actually enjoy it. I think it's kind of fun. It's difficult though, but it is fun.
I'm gonna say the N-word!
I think that one is really funny, but it's so fucking out of pocket. So fucked up. Oh my gosh. Hey. Confetti. Oh, Dr. Vem, did you just fat shame that NPC? Yes, I did. And proudly so.
Please, Daddy Head, don't fuck me up. No, Daddy Head, no! Ah!
Man, I need to like get all the sound bites we've taken from this stream and just have them randomly play from my Google Home.
Some things you just have to do yourself.
Why am I not allowed to pick it up?
Let's
So weird.
skedaddle.
That'd be sick. Did a thing on Discord. Nice. Thank you, Nick. Get this through the night. Get what? A big bag of fucking nothing? Is that what? Sorry.
Please, Daddy Head, don't fuck me up. No, Daddy Head, no! Ah!
Well, it wouldn't be the first time I'd woken up coming, so I mean... I'm just kidding. Oh my god. Oh, come on. So mean. So mean. That is so mean. Can clip that shit. That was said in private. Nice. Now I'm kind of just running around finding these rephilite deposits. I hate these fucking balls. What are you? Well, it wouldn't be the first time I'd woken up coming, so I mean... So mean. Oh, I got poop. Ad is over, yay. I got poop. Yes, give me your poop, crab. Crab poop. Well, I just have the stream open while trying to learn code. I want to fix my own bot soon, but I don't know shit about coding. Just force enemy to do it for you. Enemy, chop chop.
Morning. Hope you had a good night's sleep. That mech of yours is looking good today. Those modifications you did yesterday really paid off.
I ain't done no fucking modifications yesterday. Oh, he's building a new computer. He's focusing on the most important stuff. I'll buy you a monster. I can offer a firm handshake. Oh, come on. Come on, man. That's disturbing. You just want to give him a firm handshake, is what I hear. Truly the firmest of handshakes. No, wait, that's my fucking fuel. Do you have financing options available? Yeah, I'm not gonna be carrying around poop. Financing options. What the fuck kind of financing options would you have? More seeds. More seeds. Yes. The seeds. The seeds. Oh, Jesus, 393 seeds? Dude. That's a fair amount. We go from card cash to hand jobs and blow jobs. Come on, man. Good to know. Stop trying to exchange sexual favors for coding. Fucking degenerates.
We can make good use of this.
Ah, much better. But now, by later. Jesus fucking Christ. You are degenerates. Both of you. All of you, truly. It wouldn't be illegal for me. Sick. That is such an interesting law in Sweden as well. I think. Pick up a lens? I'd rather pick up yens. I don't even know. Clear glass. How about some clear ass? There we go. Yeah. Well, I think it's kind of smart to have the law like that to show that like buying sex means you're actively taking advantage of someone who's in a desperate situation. But selling sex doesn't mean that you're a bad person; it just means that you're desperate enough to, or unlucky enough to be in a situation like that. Can have 7 repair kits. No, not electronics, from the parts. There we go. No, because he's buying coding from you and you're getting sex in return, so technically you are buying sex in that case. Look, this is a conversation I don't really want to have, actually. I just realized. I'd rather talk about anything else. Let's see here. I'll let you have this conversation. Wine red paint? Pink paint? I'm gonna paint everything pink. Just you fucking wait. I'm gonna make it into the Pink Pony Club over here. Rick and Morty? What? The fuck is this? Why is this in this playlist? Someone cue it? Oh my gosh. Sick. Man, it's almost midnight here. I really need to go to sleep. He said and continued farming. And 14 minutes. Yeah, I know. Nick doesn't feel ready for sleep. Wow. But y'all are young. I got class tomorrow and places to be. Wait, all of this Ravage is mutated? What the fuck? There's a ton of mutated Ravage. How did that happen? I haven't felt ready to go to sleep since the second to last day of my vacation. Because you flipped your rhythm, right? Back to lurking for real. Alright, thanks for the lurk, enemy. Man, I'm kind of warm in here. 2 seconds. Time to strip. Whoa. Kind of lost it at work. What happened at work? What made you lose it? People being stupid again. Human stupidity will tend to make you angry. Being too good at my job. Suffering from from success. It's you and DJ Khaled. Hopefully the issue will be resolved and I can start enjoying my job again. You know what? I hope it doesn't get resolved and that you never enjoy your... No, I'm just kidding. Sorry. I always push the wrong button.
Let's get this show on the road.
Let's.
Not shooting. Nice. This will hold it over until tomorrow.
There we go. Alright. Blah. Blah. And blah 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 blah. Those are my opinions. And you cannot take them away from me.
Bird. Birdie. Birdie, birdie.
Why am I walking like I need either? I literally have a gun to shoot seeds with. I don't need to go where they're supposed to be planted. There we go. That's Ain't that little planet? I think I saw something about having drones later in the game as well. I think you can automate farming a whole lot. Should be nice. Literally vacuuming water. Look at me, I'm cosplaying Nestle. See, that's funny. I'm just gonna plant everything I can over here. All the trees. Trees and bushes, bushes and trees. There we go. Not even gonna water them. I'm gonna just wait until it rains instead. Oh, I just need one more bronze frame? Fuck me, man. Let's do those. Delivery milestone required. Gotcha. Let's see. Mutated ravage. Jesus Christ, that's a lot. Alright, let's see what we can send off. Death, the polyberries. That should put them over the threshold so they're not struggling anymore, at least. Honey bottle. You're a good egg, buddy. I am a good egg. Egg sounds. Ooh, merchant landing, striped awning, small planter.
But my friends call me Lola, and I'm your friendly neighborhood merchant. I'll add that dog of yours to my trading route. Catch me there if you need anything.
Oh my gosh, yes. Oh, that is so much stuff that I get. Hot rod. New recipe for honey bottle seeds. For the Mark II seeds thingy then, right? Okay, then just farm area size upgrade. Nice, we can actually do that now. To the best smuggler around. That's right. I'm the best smuggler around. Well, well, well. Don't you need some smuggling done? Points heads. Oh my gosh. I am a reprobate, indeed. Let's see. Upgrade! And we're jumping it back. And with the 28th day started.
Since it's raining today, you...
I'm gonna save and quit. And we are going to raid out to Mr. Nobles if he's still alive. Oh. Oh, he is still alive. The cutie patootie. Raid time, hell yeah. I gotta log into my Twitch. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hey, thanks for being here, everyone. A lot of people resubscribed, which don't really need to. I don't know how consistent I'm gonna be with streaming and stuff. But I appreciate the support, I do. You motherfuckers. Yo, Noble's got like 23 viewers as well. Let's bump that shit up to 30 even, baby. Alright. See you there. Love you all. Thanks for being here. Good. Bye.